Everyone, good evening. Late stream tonight. So something came up this afternoon. Turns out there was still another bug in the rec patch, which I think I fixed it, but it needs to be tested by those who had the problem. But I was able to reproduce it on my end. So we're going to work on that tonight. I'm going to add also install the GOG version of the game, which I do have somewhere. So we're going to install those versions. Check what the registry looks like to find the key that contains the install location. Also, I noticed the PID for the S2 was missing from the export section. So we're going to add that. And what else? Also, I wanted to merge options 1 and 2 into a single option. So like this is gonna become 2 and 3, and 1 is gonna be the equivalent of those two options. So this is what we're going to do tonight, and after, if I still have time, I'll finish working on the mod for the S1. So yeah, that's the program for tonight. Just give me a sec. I'm going to get some tea. And pee like a madman. All right, so rec patches. Put this here. So basically, this was the fix. And the problem was that when you run the... dude, it's so fucking loud, man. Okay, so basically the problem was that when you run the patch from program files, this happens. So when you run the patch from program file, this happens. So like where there's a problem is here. So basically it says current directory, C program file, current directory, C program file, so like everything is fine. But the problem, I thought the problem was in the if exists, but actually the problem was here. It says checking for the game executable. It says /steam apps. So you have C program files that is missing. Actually, there's a space here. It's weird. Well, whatever. There's a problem here. So I thought the problem was here. Like I modified this line a couple of times over the past few weeks. But actually, the problem was here since the beginning. Like this line seems fine. I tested on Linux. Because when you put if exists Dungeon Siege 2, it tests in the current directory. So this is the output without the traces, and with the traces. With the traces, you can see checking for the game exe. And what's weird is that set install location, you have the correct location here. But I think the set install location actually stops at C program or something like this. Like there's something wrong anyway. So the problem, the fix was to just surround this. Basically, every time you do a set, so you set a variable and you expect a path that potentially has spaces. You have to always surround the this with double quotes. So basically, I reverted what I did on the if exists, surrounded this with double quotes, and I checked it's the only place where this happens that didn't have double quotes in the whole script. So we're going to commit this. Fixed Steam apps. Jesus Christ. I have like a scratch on one of my monitor cables, and my slippers, they always get stuck on that scratch and move the cable. So you can see like the places where I changed. Like initially I changed it like this. So it was dungeon62.exe. Here you see it's missing double quotes. And I put CD here. And the person that had problems told me it was working for them. Then I had reports of the patch not working on Linux. So I surrounded all of this with double quotes. I was working on Linux. But it turns out the real fix was to do this. Which makes sense. Like it's logical that this you don't need to specify CD, because if exists, you put the file name, it already tests from the current directory. If you put like a path that is not the current directory, you need to surround this with double quotes, like I'm doing actually in the script later. Like here. Like this install location can be a completely different directory. So you need to surround this with double quotes because you don't know if the path contains spaces. This is fine. But if you test the current directory, you just put the name of the file you want to test if it exists or not. So yeah, basically this is useless and the other thing was useless too. So I'm going to commit this. Next thing, there is the PID that is missing from the exports. So the export function number 4. I noticed this earlier when reading the reg patch again. Also, I've read that on earlier versions of Windows XP, when you have comparisons like this, it actually takes into account the space here. So on earlier versions of Windows XP, you would be running like this when you do comparisons. But like I've never had a single report. Anyway, like nobody's using XP anymore. So we're going to add the PID. Actually, I'm going to install the game in the background. I'll just put the default path. I don't care. So PID. PID, you have it at both locations actually. So copy paste this. Copy paste this. And then be named PID. PID. It's going to be this. Okay, install this. Reg patch. Wait, what? Date created. Oh, they modified, okay. 8:44 p.m. So it's the right one that I modified. Exports. I put this here. PID 00. Okay, so this is fine. Installation directory, install location. I don't remember this. Gas powered games. So I'm going to delete everything. Interesting. It did not get added at the right location. The ID yes, but the rest nope. So let's check HK local machine software. Let's check 2K games. Doesn't have 2K games. Oh, it said it doesn't add the fucking... There's something strange happening here. You have 2 double quotes. Wait, why do you have double quotes here? There's a bug in the export. I think it's a bug in the export that I just found. Yeah, I had broken the exports. When did I break it? I think it's... Yeah, I fucking broke that shit. Dude, since when is it broken? Blame... It's been broken for like a year. It was broken before also. Dude, it was completely broken. Wait, was it broken since day one or was... It's not possible. Because CD double backslash was like this too. Maybe when it was CD it was fine. But the install directory... I think install location is already with quotes. But CD was without quotes. So yeah, it's been broken for a year, most likely. But since no one is using those options, and I'm not checking everything every time. Okay, I wanna see the CD double backslash. If it was working fine. I'm gonna rename this because it doesn't make sense. This is called current directory. Okay, so let's test this one. 2K, I'm going to delete this one. Wait, was it broken since day one or what? Okay, so this should fix it. All right. It hit me on the end local, like there's a fucking space that gets added, like a carriage return that gets added every time. It's annoying. See, there's another fucking space that gets added. Okay, so the problem of running the patch from program file is fixed. The problem of the reg entries being incorrectly formatted when exporting is fixed. The missing PID is fixed. Now we need to do the same for DS1. Also add the GOG install detection and merge options 1 and 2 together. Also have to add a warning about yesterhaven resources when running DS LOE mod and the siege editor. And after that I can work on the finishing the speed mod for the S1. But it should take me the rest of the evening. So right now, just want to check if the game works. Check if DS2 works. Interesting, DS2 works right off the bat with a cursor. How did they do that? Are they using 1D 3D or something? Speaking of which, I have to mention the I have to mention somewhere for Dungeon Siege 2 these options here. Like when you run DS2, like this was something that was added by Square Enix like about 2 years ago. I have to mention that this runs the game windowed, this runs the game full screen. It's just that basically what they did is, if you check the forums, almost 3 years ago. So basically this guy from Square Enix, because Square Enix doesn't give a shit about this game, he added this menu when you run the game. This runs the game windowed, because in full screen by default you don't have a mouse cursor, which is why most people use keyless fix or just run the game windowed. Like this is like a lazy fix to like have this option to play the game windowed, because I have 2 monitors. There's no way I'm going to play my game windowed. Especially since most games, when you play them windowed, they don't lock the cursor to the game's window. So let's say you play like a first-person shooter, or even like a top-down RPG like Dungeon Siege 2. Your mouse is constantly going to go out of the window. You click, and your game tabs out. So me, I use original method, which runs the game full screen, because I'm using keyless fix. So we need to add the GOG install detection. First off, we're gonna check what the game folder looks like, because normally they have their own wrapper. DXCFG. DirectX configuration. Interesting. What is this? DirectX configuration. Goglog. Lunch Dungeon Siege. They've got the manual. Web cache. They're using the default system detail.gas that's shipped with the game. Okay. So they have this wrapper here. Also, you have ddraw, which is probably necessary. Which used by the wrapper. Because DigiVoodoo needs ddraw, D3D IMM, and D3D8. But this one just uses ddraw. 1.5 megs. Okay, Dungeon Siege 2. How is the cursor fixed? They don't seem to have a wrapper. All right. Uninstall this. Yeah, but isn't that setup isn't it going to change? Okay, I'm gonna do this for DS2 first. Whoops. So this is gonna be called Steam installed detection. GOG install detection. I have the key that is here. So basically, we're going to copy paste this code. Microsoft Windows, current version, and install. I think the key is even named the same, it's install location. Well, yeah, it's the same, so we don't have to do anything else. Normally it should work right off the bat. Okay, so we save this. Right, we're going to copy paste it to program files. And run this from program files. So here, current directory is program files. It hasn't found ds3exe here. So it searches from the registry first Steam. Okay, it found the key for Steam, which I added manually before the stream. It found that the game is installed here. Okay, it should not display this. What the fuck? Dude, I broke something. Dude, like when I work in program files and outside of program files, I have two different behaviors. It's fucking annoying, man. Like I have to test the patch outside of program files, in program files, outside of the game folder, in the game folder, and on Linux. It's super annoying, bro. Because the exact same file Works fine outside of program files. Outside of program files. Like this is completely broken. Look, I'm going to re-export both. So option 4. Like this is not normal that this shows up. Okay. So in program files, outside of program files, modified 921 PM. Option 4. And now look. This is perfectly fine. This is not fine. Dude, I don't understand. I fix something and I break something else. Okay, so I don't need this for now. So before adding the game detection, I need to fix this. So let's try GPG export alone. Just so that I don't have like the annoying pop-up every time I want to save the file, because I'm editing this in program files, which requires admin rights since Windows 8 or 10. Okay, so here we have GPG. So GPG, it's fixed, I think. Here it's fixed. Problem that if I run the same code outside of program files, get fucked. Then here has two codes. It has two codes, but this is not what I want. Because if you have two codes, then it, like, this is broken. Like, just to see, just watching the highlighting from Notepad++, like Notepad++, it knows it's a registry file. You can see it's broken. No, it's fixed. But I'm getting two different behaviors. It's puzzling. I'm gonna get more tea. Why do I have two different behaviors? Whether the patch is run from program files and outside of program files. It's always about the fucking double quotes, man. Okay, so this here, what I'm doing is install location double backslash. I take install location. Every time there is a backslash, I replace it with two backslashes. Now install location, where is it set? The first time, it's set to CD. But this I surround it with quotes, because if I don't surround it with quotes, this is what happens. So same thing here. You'll see the behavior is different between both bat files. So like outside of program files, I run this, no problem. No problem. I did have this problem here, which is normal because I changed the double quotes. So it's gonna break this. But you see that the last path is correct. Here I surrounded with double quotes, it's correct. So now we boot the same file but from program files. And it closes instantly. Here I have to run an admin cmd. So Windows X, A, K, CD, this, and then reg patch. And now we're back to the problem I was fixing initially. Checking for the game exe, Steam apps, common, blah blah blah, was unexpected at this time. This problem is fixed by surrounding this double quotes. Here, no problem. The problem is that this here creates problems down the line. So I export this. Wait, is it fixed? There's no way it's fixed. Here is formatted properly. What? Bro, I didn't change anything. I copy this in on GitHub. Okay, there's a GOG install detection. But apart from that, like I just reverted what I did. Bro, I haven't changed anything. Okay, so here is okay. Hold on. Because here it's working fine. Okay. But is it working fine outside of program files? That's the question. So outside of program files, run this again. Okay. Option 4. And now you have 2 double quotes. In program file, 1 double quote. Everything is perfect. Outside of program files, 2 double quotes. Like, what the fuck is going on, man? Okay. There's no reason to change if exists, because if exists, it checks in the current directory. If exists, set install location equals the current directory. No, there's no way I'm not going to make to write a hack to remove the quotes if the path is like program files. There's no way, man. I'm not gonna do that. It's a hack. I want to find exactly why it doesn't work. Okay, so gonna go to SS64. Set. SS64 is my go-to when I have problems in batch. Because it's more detailed than the documentation from Microsoft. Okay, so display a variable set. Okay, so set a variable. Example of storing a text string. Set a variable that contains a redirection character. Know the position of the codes which are not saved. Avoid starting variable names with a number. Values with spaces using double quotes. There is no hard requirement to add quotation marks, even when assigning a value that includes spaces. Adding quotation mark is a best practice and will account for any trailing space and special characters like ampersand. The variable contents will not include the surrounding quotes. If you place quotation marks around just the value, then those quotes will be stored. Oh, that's why they are stored. So maybe instead of doing this, I have to do this. So let's see what happens. So far, no problem, but the problem is gonna maybe happen on program files. Shit, that fucking worked. Fuck yes! Dude, that was the problem. See, ss64.com is the fucking goat. Because if you check set, like the manual from Microsoft, they probably don't mention this. Like here, they don't even mention spaces. Which is why, like, if you have like problems with batch, SS64. By the way, you can find a link to SS64 on my Discord. Because my Discord is it's just a bunch of notes for myself. So I don't have to look for links. I have all of them stored on my Discord. Okay, so that thing that should fix it. So that means going to edit this again. I have to test on Linux also. Dude, it smells fucking food like someone is cooking. So fixed exported DS2 reg entry is not correctly formatted after commit number when running. The patch outside of program files. Okay, let me double check. Do you have other locations where I'm doing this? To do this? Whoops. Like this doesn't have a problem, to be honest. I don't think it would hurt to have surrounding codes. So let's try this. So to test this, I'm going to run this again. Yes. I'm going to re-export. Yes. Run this again. Yes. So here it's finding the game on Steam. So I'm gonna go to this key. Actually, and right next to it. Okay, whatever. Microsoft. Wait, is that in WO3264 node? Dude, how is it finding the game on Steam? Because that key doesn't seem to exist, yet I'm sure it exists. Steam map? I fucking saw a couple of Steam maps. Dude, am I blind? Microsoft. So HK current user Microsoft. Windows current version. But normally these are in local machine. Uninstall. Yeah, they are like in a local machine normally. Oh, there's a GOG.com here. Games. Oh, I think I found a better key. Yeah, I just found the key for DS1 and DS2. I wanted to test the GOG path, but I cannot find this fucking key, man. Yet it does find it. Because it finds these teams, team apps, blah blah blah. Actually, the location is lunch. Working deer. Should be path. Path or walking deer. So I try to look again for this key, but like it has to be somewhere. Like here I'm using the 32-bit view of Regedit because you have two views. You have two different EXEs. No ping sound. So HK local machine, software, Microsoft, Windows, current version, uninstall. And there is fuck all. However, this afternoon, I added this key. I am sure of it, otherwise they would not find it. But I added it in the 64-bit version of Regedit. But still, I should be able to see it. So I'm gonna close this. Here it's C Windows Regedit. But if you go to C 64, you have Regedit as well. Now if you copy paste this and install, dude, I don't see it. What the fuck is this? If I copy paste this, it doesn't find it. Like, what the fuck? Dude, I don't understand. And if I do the same, but using HKCU, which is current user, doesn't find it either. Bro, I added this key. Like how otherwise how is my direct patch finding it? It has to fucking exist, man. Okay. So let's do some things differently. Gonna rerun this. Remove the keys. We rerun this. Yes. And it does fucking find the game. Why does it find the game? If I do a rec query. Normally you should have a bunch of Steam installs. Steam app. So why can't I see them from here? I don't know. HKLM. HK local machine. Software. Microsoft Windows current version. Microsoft Windows current version. Uninstall. Uninstall. You have a bunch of Steam apps, Notepad++, and so on. But when I check, there is none of that. F5. Dude, I don't understand. It's just a matter of like seeing the wrong view of HK users. Could be in one of those also. Software, Microsoft, Windows, current version, uninstall. It's not here. Software, Microsoft, Windows, current version, uninstall, not here. I shouldn't have to look in one of these keys. No, it's not here. There's no software here. Dude, I added this key. Uplay install. Dude, it's puzzling me. It's puzzling me. Let's try Notepad++. I'm here. Gonna copy paste this path because I want to see if it finds it. Dude, is it finding it, opening a different view? Here I have them. The path is the same. Here I have them, but like it's a different view of the registry. Anyway, I found what I was looking for. So here you're going to rename install location to something else so that we can test the code. For GOG. No, not this one. Here, it doesn't find the game. That means the detection code is broken. Broken because there's go to end. So it never gets executed. It hasn't found GOG, which is not normal. Now if we query this, what happens? I'm like in a different view. Win directory, regedit. Win directory, regedit. HKLM. Software. Look, can you fucking... Software, GOG. There's no such thing as GOG. Dude, I'm like looking at different views of the registry, but I have no fucking clue what's going on, man. Woe 64, GOG. Let's try this one. Okay, here it finds it. But this will need to be edited. Okay, so Steam not found. GOG was found. So I'm going to add set Steam equals this. Reg Steam reg GOG. Okay. So now we need to use reggog, regsteam. Percentage regsteam. And then percentage reggog. Because here what happens? How does the registry works? How does it work? You have 32-bit operating systems, and you have 64-bit operating systems. When you install a program, like a program is made for 64-bit Windows, or it's made for 32-bit Windows. Logically, when you install a 32-bit program, it's going to install itself to C program files. So far, so good. But on 64-bit versions of Windows, you have program files, and you have program files x86. Program files is meant for 64-bit programs, and 86 is meant for 32-bit programs. Normally, when you run a setup, so like the setup I had earlier from GOG, okay, by default it offered me like C GOG games. But if you install like let's say Notepad++, let's say for instance, it's probably not the case because Notepad++ is most likely 64-bit by now. But let's say you have a 32-bit version of Notepad++ and a 64-bit version of Notepad++, or 7-zip or whatever. If you run the 32-bit installer on a 32-bit Windows, it's going to install itself to C program files because there is only one program files on 32-bit Windows. But if you run that same 32-bit installer on a 64-bit Windows, by default, it's going to install itself to C program files x86. The same thing goes for the registry. The registry I showed you, there is two different exes. There is one in syswo64 that is supposed to open the 64-bit view of the registry. So we're going to close this. If you open this, we go to HK local machine software. Here we see there is no wo64 blah 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 node, which stores the 32-bit program keys. What am I going to do actually is, because I have this, which I'm going to copy paste, change the path to point to the 64 bits. I 64. Let's name it this x64, x86. I don't know, is this? So no. This was a 64-bit. HK local machine software. There is no WO64 bit. So on. 32-bit software. And now you have WO64 32 node. Or maybe it's the reverse. Identical, except the size. I think it's the reverse. So here what happened is that the Steam key is in the 64-bit environment, let's say. So what I'm doing here is that based on whether yeah, based on whether you run a 32-bit Windows or not, or Linux. Since GOG is a 32-bit program, I mean, I did not install disk from GOG, but most likely this key is going to be created when you install the game from GOG Galaxy, I hope. And it's a 32-bit program. Well, at least the installer that I used earlier was a 32-bit installer. So it installed this to WO6432 node. But Steam is not in WO6432 node. So can I close all of this? 64. 64. We have this. What is 64? GOG, games, and so on. But if you try to look for Steam in Microsoft Windows current version and so on, actually the key, the uninstall key for, wait, did I close? No, I didn't close it. The uninstall key for GOG Dungeon Siege 2 was this one. I'm going to close it because I don't know if it was 64 or 32-bit. I'm going to open this, copy paste this, and it doesn't find it. So now we're gonna go here. Maybe we're going to find it in WOT 64. I mean, logically, we should be able to find it in WOT 64. So it was in software. So Microsoft, Windows, current version, uninstall, 1837. And there it is. Because here I'm using the 64-bit view of Regedit. Note the path, WO64 32 node. But if I pull the registry key from Revol installer, here is gonna open the 32-bit version of Regedit. There's no such thing as WO64 blah blah blah, because it's a concept that is only present on 64-bit versions of Windows. And here you're like pretty much viewing the registry as if you are running a 32-bit version of Windows. So let's say I'm trying to find this, I'm not going to find it. So I'm already at the right location, uninstall. It's not there. You have a bunch of uninstall keys, but Steam app something is not there. Here I reboot 32-bit just to show you. It's the same. You have the thing for DS2, GOG, but Steam is not there. If I boot 64, I go there. Here I don't have my GOG, but I do have my Steam apps. In this case for DS2. Which is why the rec patch has to account for this. I mean, nowadays, people using 32-bit versions of Windows, it's less than 1%. But you do have 3-4% of people using Linux now. Survey. Where's the survey? .6%. There's literally nobody running Windows 7 anymore or Windows 8. Literally half of Steam users, they run, I mean, half of those that participated in the survey are running an 1080p still. VRAM. Most people still running 8 gigs. But yeah, 3.5% using Linux. Of those that participated in the Steam survey, of course, because it doesn't represent every user out there. So anyway, this seems to be working. Going to redouble check. So it found the game in GOG. Going to add this. Boom. Add this. Boom. And now we're going to check the registry again. See GOG games. See GOG games. See GOG games. Perfect. So now we're going to put this back. Install location. Remove the underscore so you can find it. So current directory, program file, blah, blah, blah. Not found in program file. Search for Steam. Oh, I found Steam here. Here is the path. We go here, F5, press 1, F5, boom. And then if we go to gonna copy paste this. Add to favorites. I'm gonna copy paste this one. Add to favorites. So I don't have to find them again. Path. Rename path 2. We run this again. I need to rename Steam. Install location 2. So no, Steam not found, GOG not found. Bye. Nothing to do here because I cannot find the game. Okay. So this works. No, we re-export. Going to re-export the rec file just to make sure it works fine. Okay, this has not broken. That's perfect. Copy this to my Steam installation folder. We run this. We re-export. This is perfect. Both files are identical now. So I can commit this. No need to put this. Commit. Now we copy paste this. Review. Line 77, we're going to delete it. So basically on 32-bit versions of Windows, you can never have WO64 6432 because this simply does not exist. So for the Steam key, it's fine because it's always there. But for the GOG key, it's put in the 32-bit version of the registry. So this changes. Like this is for 64-bit, this is for 32 bits, this is for Linux. Even if on Linux, I don't even know if they have no, they would not have a registry because on Linux there is no such thing as a registry. Like this doesn't make sense, but like still going to put it just in case. Okay, there's still that space at the end for some reason. Actually, the end local. Dude, it always adds fucking spaces at the end. I don't know why, bro. Okay, SS64 I don't need anymore. 1977. Gonna rename those to reg key instead. Reg key. Okay, so this we can commit. What else do we have? We have to merge options 1 and 2 into option 1. For both games. So these are gonna change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which means this is gonna change too. The choice is gonna change. Don't know if I can do this. Probably not. Okay, so Windows I don't need anymore. How was I using call? Do we need to put I don't remember. Where was I using call? In the batch scripts batch script compiler maybe? Repo. Call. Oh yeah, you need to put colon. So you can basically use like labels. So this is label. But you can when you use go-to you can skip like a piece of code and go directly to a label. Like for instance, what like I'm doing here. If you're on Linux, go to init. So I skip all of this. Because the admin check is not a thing on Linux. Because remember, this is something that is meant to be executed on Windows. So you can go to and skip like something. Or you can use also call. And call. Actually, it's not gonna work. Yeah, it's not gonna work because here it goes to end. Maybe if I change all these go-tos by calls, that could work. It's just to avoid like rewriting this code in a new label. It's like a duplication of code, and you want to avoid doing this because when programming, you want to avoid like copy pasting stuff. If you have like stuff that is similar, it has to be put in a function. So you can reuse your code and like only have to modify your code once, and it's executed in various places. But here, because of the go to end, is gonna. I just want to see if at least he's going to add those keys. It does. Dude, it fucking works. It fucking works, bro. But I'll have to modify these different sections a bit. So if I do this, it's fine. So what it does is that here I press 1, this gets cold. But here you have go to end. So it goes to the end. Echo, pause. And then it goes here. Does this. Go to end again. Echo, pause. And then I go to end again. So this go to end has to be removed. Wait, what? What the fuck? Why is it calling DS2 again? Strange. It's experimental what I'm doing. I've never used piping. Basically, like, especially with calls, like it's weird. Actually, this and exit. Bro, I cannot find this character. I mean, I can call it like this. This way, I don't have to change any of my code, any piece of code. So copy paste this. That's the least amount of code that I need to change. Here I just increase this. This I'll have to remove again. So here we had 6 entries. Now we have 7. Show me the foods. I can show you what I cooked earlier. So 7, 7. That's pretty much it. Dude, that end local is annoying, man. Just wanna... Why is there always a fucking space? $77. This I'm going to put it. I'll put in the rec patch for this one. So I made this. Yeah, it's gnocchi with sauce made with zucchinis. So that was double the amount of sauce and pasta, obviously, because I ate half of it. I used 2 zucchinis. I'm actually surprised by the amount of sauce that it gave me, considering I used only 2 zucchinis, which were like this size, like the size of my cock, basically. Kappa. um, 1 bell pepper and a couple of garlic cloves with pecorino. I did not usually I add olive oil, but I didn't even add olive oil this time. I just put like a lot in the pan, but I did not add olive oil in when I blended the ingredients. I put black pepper and yeah, lots of pecorino. Like lots. You have to put lots of pecorino every time. And I ate it like this. I did not even add olive oil or pecorino, even though it will be it should taste better. Pea soup. What do you put in your pea soup already? I've never made pizza or bread. I need to make those. Tomorrow I need to I wanted to go initially today, go to the grocery because the eggs are on special. And I need tomatoes. Like I have fuck, I need to look how to say this in English. Cabbage. Oh, it's cabbage. Of course it's cabbage. I fucking knew the word. So I have Chinese cabbage. I have like a bit left that I bought at Christmas. It's still good, but not for long. So I have a bit of cabbage left that I use in salads. I got myself some avocados. Avocados. Avocados? Avocados. I'm not sure. But I don't have tomatoes, so I need to go buy tomatoes again. You would not believe me if I told you how much I pay for my veggies. Like for instance, the bell pepper and the 2 zucchinis. It came with 3 I don't know how you call the you have the garlic cloves. They're like around the stem. But I don't know how you call that, the whole fucking thing. Well, 3 of them, 3 pieces. So 3 pieces of garlic, 1 bell pepper, 2 zucchinis. How much? Split peas cooked along with water, onion, 2 garlic cloves, some spices. Cook it until soft, let it cool. Blend until smooth, then cook for another 20 minutes. Yeah, the only pea soup that I ever eaten in my life, it was from a can. I don't know because the cost there is really different from here. Yeah, it's different. But like I paid 149. $149. Just the 3 garlic cloves. I don't remember if it's when they are on special. Just the garlic cloves, the garlic, the 3 pieces, it's $1. No, but like I buy like I always buy veggies that are about to expire basically. Like I'm lucky that the nearest grocery store, like I buy all of my veggies over there. They put like stuff that is about to expire or that is not looking good on trays, and they give you a discount. Like for instance, 6 tomatoes like this, $1 or $1.50. If you were to buy them fresh, it would cost you even on special it would cost you $1.50. But the regular price it would cost you easily $2.50, $3. And I can get them for $1. What else was super cheap? The avocados. I'll show you. I mean, you still have like half of them, half of the box. Avocados. So here you have 3. 3, $2 or 6. I've actually had cheaper than this, I think. So 3 pieces. I use the rest, obviously. Whoops. 149. I'm telling you this, just those 3 pieces, it's $1. I do not remember if I got them at $1 on special or if it was the regular price. I don't remember. But just this would pretty much cover the 149. Garlic from China. No, it's from Ontario, I guess. Oh yeah, maybe it is from China. It says importer Lian Tang produces ink, and then you have an address in Ontario. Maybe it's Chinese garlic. This is the cabbage that I have left. It's Napa cabbage. It's like Chinese cabbage. So this I eat it in salad. I use it in place of the lettuce. I'm just missing the tomatoes. So tomorrow I need to buy more tomatoes. I could even buy like two could probably buy like 2 boxes instead of one. Cause I don't stock up on those 'cause, like it's produce and you cannot keep it for long. And I don't want it to go bad before I eat it. And since I'm alone, like I'm not eating salad every day, so um okay, so here there's 2 things I can do. There's 2 things I can do. Either I keep the behavior as is, where I have to modify the least amount of code. Because here, basically, what I did, I'm gonna remove this line 7 at 77. Everything I did was just add 1 entry, and this is how I'm combining options 2 and 3 with 1 line of code. So I can keep the behavior as is, or I can create a new label that is going to be a copy pasta of this, which is not good. This is not how you should program. Or I can change the go to end with an exit/b. Exit/b means that if you do a go to ds2, it's going to exit the script immediately. But if you do a call ds2, exit/b is going to return to where it was called. So I could maybe do this. To keep the same behavior than before, I can do call on the S2 and call on the S2W, and then go to end. So normally it should have exactly the same behavior than before. So the pizzas I make from slow-proofed dough. It rises slowly in the fridge for 24 hours. Roll it and bake in a cast iron pan in the oven, which with rich homemade sauce I make from tomatoes. How do you make your sauce? Do you like cook your tomatoes for hours? Okay. Because someday I'd like to make tomato sauce like I see on Instagram, but it doesn't give me the same result. Probably because I don't use enough tomatoes compared to what they use. Okay, so here let's compare if it's going to work. Because the output should be exactly the same as before. So if you check the red patch I have in program files, which still has all the go-tos, we're going to run this. So you press 1, adding registry, blah, 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 done, carriage return, press indicate to continue. Exit. Same thing for option 2. Adding registry for broken world, done, carriage return, press indicate to continue. So now it should have the same behavior except they are going to be combined and separated by a space. Like I'm doing here. Call this, add a space, call this. And go to end because I changed it with exit/b. But what I want to test is 2 and 3 also. So we're gonna test 2 and 3 first. Normally it should be the exact same behavior than before. So 2, adding registry entry, done, indicate to continue, okay. Perfect. And now the suspense for the best for the end. 1. I'm a fucking genius, bro. Okay, so now I can commit this right away. It's working. I mean, I still need to test it in program files on Linux, but like it's working fine here. Okay, this I don't need anymore. Break patch. Okay, I need to double check. Perfect. This way, I am not copy pasting codes. So like what one would have done, what a beginner programmer would have done, would have been copy, paste, name this, I don't know, DS2 and Broken World. And then go to option 1, go to DS2 and Broken World. Something like this. But now you have to maintain this piece of code and this piece of code. No, don't do that. You reuse what you already have. This way, I'm not changing this code. I'm not copy pasting it. I'm just calling this and that's it. I just changed the go to end with exit/b because now I control the flow from here directly. These ones, they don't need anything. They are fine as is. It's just that I wanted to combine these two sections here into one. But I didn't know it's like I don't use call often. I didn't know I could just do this and like chain and put a carriage return, call in the next section, and that's it. It's fucking beautiful that it works. But now I need to see if it works, if it actually works on Linux. So for this, I have a VM already. Sauce I prepare from 1 onion, 1 small red bell pepper. It will give a rich taste. 7 garlic cloves, 9 medium tomatoes, some tomato puree, oregano, salt, and water. Okay, easy copy paste. Easy recipe still. Cooking. I have like a private cooking channel on Discord, but it's stuff that is written in French. So actually, half of it is in French. I could give you access, but like I don't know if it would be useful to you. But it's not my recipes. It's just like good recipes that I tried online. Good online recipes that I tried. Sata's secret sauce. Secret tomato sauce. Sata's set as overpowered pea soup. Bam. Can I paste this in? No, it doesn't. So here, edited 8 minutes ago. Copy. This is like a shared folder that corresponds to my Steam folder of DS2. Here, there's no auto completion. I don't know why it does this. I don't know if there's a way to have auto completion with tab. Dude, I'm a fucking genius, please. Like, it works first try. But I want to see also the... I need to test all the options, basically. Directory junction, it's not for Linux. Exports. This is perfect. This is it. Hello, can you close? Okay, so I guess I can commit this, and I need to do the same, but for DS1. Where is there space here? Choice 1. It's not working. Wait, is it even working on Windows or not? The argument is not working on Linux. But like nobody uses this, so I don't care. So no, I don't have questions. Like it seems clear enough. When you mean a while, how long is it? Probably 1 hour. If not more, because it needs to reduce. I'm guessing also if you don't put tomato puree, it's not going to be thick enough, or you need to cook it even more. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Okay, so in program files it works. Interesting, it doesn't work. Of course it doesn't work. Because I'm skipping it. I am omitting the argument check just like I'm going to omit tomato puree because I don't buy that shit. Actually no, I do have one can of tomato puree that I'm not using. What I can do is this. I mean I think it would probably work. Do this. Game. Save. Fucking genius, bro. One and six. This can be moved here. I first chop the onion and cut the bell pepper to smaller pieces and fry that in olive oil. Then I add the garlic and oregano. Then the cubes, potatoes and salt. Potatoes? You mean tomatoes? Yeah, tomatoes, because potatoes, no. Let it simmer for a while until all the tomatoes are cooked enough. Now add water. Gradually until reduced. Then more water several times. And after that, you let it cool. The whole process takes like 1 hour at least, not including the part where you let it cool and grind it in the food processor. But does it include the process of chopping everything, or just the process of 1 hour is just the cooking? And do you put it on medium heat? I mean, I suppose it's medium heat. The pan that I showed you have like the best pan to make this type of stuff. It would be this one. I don't have very big pans. Like the one I would use to make this would be this one because it's high because of the height. I mean, otherwise I have this one which is a bit bigger. Now, you don't see that much, but like, uh, but I would use this one to make tomato sauce because like the difference in terms of height. Uh, it's hard to show you, man, but like this one is like clearly like 1 or 2 centimeters higher. Taller, I mean. Okay, so I can pretty much commit this. I don't mind the amount of sauce. I do freeze my sauce when I have too much. But yeah, I'll try that. It sounds good because like I've never made proper tomato sauce. Okay, is there anything else I needed to do on the rec patch or not? Nope. Dude, there's still that space at the end. Like, fuck off. Oh, and I can bump. I'm gonna bump this to 150 or more. $155. So it was 149, but I did like quite a lot of stuff. Oh, let's leave it at 150. DS2 rec patch changes to DS1 now. I'm going to play with my friend Magnum on Div 2. He wants to do Retaliations. I'm typing on Discord. Hello, please. Okay, I'll do the rest. This for DS1, I'll do it another day. This I can close. Okay, so program files, I don't need to test this anymore. I'm still going to leave it here just in case. Have you done all your weekly legs? Yes, I've done them last night. You were supposed to be watching, Kappa. Okay, don't need this, don't need this. So you do 3 times. I guess I missed one. No, I've done it. Yeah, I've done it 4 times. I've done it 4 times, and I've even done like 25, maybe 30 floors of summit, and I went to sleep. Retaliations. Are you expertise 30 yet? Kappa. Retaliations. Okay, save. Dude, massive fucking get rid of this on PC, man. I want to sprint all the, I want to be able to sprint all the time. Like they did this to accommodate console users who are running like hard drives or something, I guess. I was like, what difficulty is this? Because those red they die so fast. Very happy with what I did tonight. Like I think I fixed the actual root cause of the problems that I had on Linux. Because I didn't know when you set a variable in batch, you can surround the whole fucking variable with quotes. I thought it was just the right hand side of the shit. So I learned something new tonight. Did you get your quick step yet? Come on, get the key, man. Easy 44 FPS. Well, the day they add fucking legendary in open world, yes, I will do legendary. And the game tabs out again. I don't know why it tabs out sometimes. Can I specify nice. Dude, that CP is on the other side of the map. I don't know if you can TP in two other players in Retaliation. Is he up top already? What the fuck was that? Or is it that you get blueprints? Dude, 66 FPS, really? The fact I'm getting 30 FPS on this screen, I mean, okay, it's a low screen. Oh, it doesn't fucking want to set the waypoint. I don't know why it's telling me to go over there. -1 for killing the dog. Yeah, I run almost as fast as the dog. Nice movement prediction. Nice lag. What the fuck is this?
Press space to start.
Shit game.
Press escape to quit.
I don't know if you get when you get disconnected from a retaliation if you go back there because technically I don't know if it's counted as a raid. Dude, it should make you respawn on your teammates. I did, I picked up. Fuck, they're all behind cover. Fuck, there's no way here. Bro, my frame rate, like what the fuck? Yeah, the tower is like full lagging, bro.